Explosion, hi. How are you? Welcome on in. I hope you're good. At least you don't get the ads. That's a start. Kane, hi. Thanks a lot. I appreciate it. Not a lot shown yet. I have issues with some of the things that I've created here, but I have no choice. I have some issues here and there. But Kane, I hope you're good. How are you? How was your day? My explosion, same question. How was your day? How was your Wednesday? I think it's Thursday today. Right, that's the Thursday the 1st. So yeah, all that. It is Subtember and September at the same time. So September means new overlay. Subtember means we get subs for 20% off. Again, cat. Hi. Of course, I make the overlay in time. And if I can make a fully fleshed out overlay slate in 2 hours on stream while talking, I mean, I can do mine in a day and a half. For sure. 100% for sure. But fuck, that nose is itchy today. Why? Why is it itchy like this? But I hope you have a good day. You had a good day, Kat, today. On that Thursday. Yesterday also a good day. So as a quick start of showcasing, as we do on first of the month or first streams of the month every time, what is new? What is new? We have round camera again, so they came back. We also moved back to a 1920 by 1080 screen. So things may be a bit better for some viewers, specifically mobile viewers, compared to the 2:1 aspect ratio. I still know 100% for sure next overlay is back to 2:1. So I think I'm like alternating in between 2:1 and 16:9 aspect ratio from one month to the other in order to have like a bit of variety and flexibility. That's the goal. But we have that neat overlay background thingy in the background as expected. And so if you have been in CK Design stream, it is the same base background, right? Aiden, hi, welcome on. Aiden, do not redeem Night yet. It will happen on its own, don't worry about it. So we have this new background here. We also have that logo that is just slowly scrolling right there. So the logo, if you can see the tiny effect that I added on the chat block, it's hidden most of the time by the social callouts, but when it's not hidden, as you can probably tell, at the bottom we have a bit of glass morphism effect on that bar for the chat. So that was like a thing that I wanted to bring back in that specific overlay, and so this is that first thing. Secondly, we now have a rotating title around the camera for specific scenes that have not me as a visible thing, right? I am still here, but I'm blurred, so not not visible, so you have the tiny message that are here. The issue that I have with the rotating title, specifically on this scene, it has a bit of a jumpy, glitchy effect from time to time. It's not exactly at all times, but I think when it did more than one rotation, it has like a bit of a glitchy thing. You can probably see about now. It has like a bit of a shake. It's a very tiny thing, subtle thing, but I don't know how to fix it, so that's a thing. Anyways, so that's the thing that we have. And then, as always, we have a bit of a transformation when we need to go in dark mode. So dark mode gives us the logo in a bit more visible thing. We still have the glass morphism at the bottom. The thing that I like now a bit more than the previous one is the fact that the logo being that big and rotating, we get basically the entirety of the doc specific for the chat and the social call out. So that's the interesting thing that I like, but also on dark mode, because our colored shadow that are right here are colored, they are brighter and easier to see. Marianne, hi, welcome on. I'm good. How are you? We are explaining the new overlay. We haven't changed scene yet. So that's the change in classic theme change. Then the next scene, basic. I didn't change much. Lokesh, hi, welcome on in. I didn't change much. Right, we have the same thing on both corners. I took this one from the bottom, put it here. That way I can just point to the corner as a YouTube video, right? In the card right there, but it's the others, all that. Goto, hi. And so I still kept the logo rotating right here in order to have like a bit of a continuity in between our starting soon here, and so the camera expanding on top of everything, making it still like an important piece of that overlay. So that's the change. We now have a carded, what I call a carded camera, rather than being entirely full screen. We are almost full screen. So we get like the tiny band of that overlay all around. Same thing as usual. We can still switch to dark mode if needed and if we want to. So that's a tiny detail right here. And then I'm not exactly happy with the next scene, but let me explain why. So we are now on the Mac scene, so still get the logo rotating. I have the follow account that is closer to my face. It is tiny. It is visible on mobile, but it's not exactly as big as I expected it to be. It's still good, because most people don't fucking read the text anyway, and when we have a follower that happens, it still moves, it still create like this interesting thing. So I'm not really scared about the readability of things. However, the reason why I don't like it, or don't like it is a bit odd, not really like it, is the fact that here, the me right here is basically tiny compared to the original official regular size of me on the side of the stream. So I don't really know how I feel about that. We may have at some point a change. I don't know yet, but anchored with the logo. Lokesh, we are reviewing the new overlay first, and then I don't know. I need to work on some typography scale things. So yeah, I don't think there is a 5-second delay, Lokesh. I think there is just an immediate finish like a sentence, and that took me 5 seconds. Yeah, so that's the original Mac capture, Windows capture. So it's the only place where I decided to move the logo on the other side. But what is cool about this one, specifically on the PC, is that the logo at the bottom has the glass effect at all times, right? Look, for me, it's basically instant. But yeah, you get like a 3-second, 2-second delay on my end, at least from what I can see. But yeah, so we have this as the Mac screen, PC screen, right? Regular transition that we already are used to, and then we get that BRB, which emphasize on the follow count and potentially the stickers if you wanted to use the stickers, right? That's here, and we kept that glow effect. I don't exactly know how to explain it. It's like the gradient thingy on the camera, all that. So we kept that, and some new messages right around the camera that just rotate. It has the same shake, and then the last one is this one, so you can see how the transition happened in between the messages. So from here to here, they are basically stored above my head and just interacting with each other. Switching one to the other, right, will probably never happen. We will probably never go from the BRB scene to the ending scene, right? Obviously, not really something that can happen, but I mean, for presentation's sake, it can work. So that's what happened. Sassy, hi, work on it. It could be, Lokesh, I was about to say I could. I don't know if I can specifically. I don't know if I can specifically on a layer. I think I can. I think I can specify like a scene transition, making like, let's say, from the BRB to the ending, the transition being like a scale in, so that the text is like scaling in and the other one is scaling from underneath. That could be an option, but on the layer specific, I don't think I have the ability to just move things like this. It would be nice though. It would be nice. I agree. I could do something. So I could do something specifically when we are here, right? The text, which is around the camera, is technically underneath the camera, and so I could just keep it here and make it smaller on the next scene, and so it will stay underneath the capture, underneath the main camera, but you might see it in some transition, like this one, for example, if it's like half a second in the transition, you might see it. So that's not exactly what I like, but it's not an impossible thing to do. And
Brutal Martyr just resubscribed for 8 months. Woohoo, sub party, let's go.
Brutal, welcome back to the sub train. Sub people, I don't know what I'm saying. How are you? How have you been? I know you've been in a lot of things. I hope you're good. I hope your day was good. Week is good so far. Yeah. Thanks a lot for the resub. I appreciate it. So that triggered the alert. So I reused the same alert that we had on the previous one because it's we spent some time on making sure that they were working. So I wanted to use them anyways. Stony, yes, we could do that a bit later. I think I need to work on some fonts first, and then we can go back into the CSS Exchange HTML thing potential. Yes, absolutely yes. Absolutely yes. So yeah, who said song? Did I say current song? At least it's there, so you can see that it's bigger than before. I don't know if it stay there though. Can you fucking go away? I think it's broken. Was it there the old time? No, it wasn't. And Sassy, I've seen your question. I need to answer it. Let me just fix that fucking thing. 1 second. Can I? Yes.
Stony_Eagle cheered Dex 400. I will ruin your designs with pleasure. Grin.
Grin is good. You just scooch you back right there. Alright. Let's see. Current song. Yeah, no. Current song. That works. Are you going back there though? Sorry, that's What do you mean there is a hype train? Don't hype train me. Please. Not now. Thank you for going away. Okay, so it takes much time. I think it was an issue on the doubling it. Might be the case. I don't know. Anyways, so Aiden, thanks a lot for the bits. Appreciate it. Brutal, same thing. Thanks a lot for the bits,
Aiden
which
Bennett
are delayed.
Dex 1.
I really need to change these things. I like the fact that I have them in random,
Brutal
so
Martyr cheered X 100. Let's go chew.
but they are still in my face. So we may change that at some point. But I like them colors. These ones are pretty clean.
Cheered Dex 100. Let's be as annoying as we can be.
I can see that. I mean, I'm fine. It's 1 cent
Aiden
by 1
Bennett
cent.
cheered Dex 1.
Does that trigger the hype train? I don't think it
Aiden
triggered the hype
Bennett
train
cheered
anyways.
Dex 1.
Let me read chat while this happened.
Aiden Bennett cheered Dex 1.
One more person to join, then please don't join.
Aiden Bennett cheered Dex 1.
So, Sassy, your question was, how do you build these? These seem like something I'd like to build.
Aiden Bennett cheered X1.
It is pretty simple, and we can go over that as soon as the alert stops. It was
Aiden Bennett
cheered.
cheered X1.
I don't think that tips it as an anonymous things. Anyways. But yes, Tony, thanks a lot for the bits earlier.
Aiden Bennett cheered X1.
And Brutal, you said it was your first day back after the holidays. That's good. That's Aiden. That's not the yeah. That's better.
Bennett cheered X1.
wasn't good.
Stony_Eagle cheered X1.
Still no hype train, so I'm good with that. And then there is a lot of bits.
Aiden Bennett cheered X1.
I mean, I can always do that. You can see my
cheered
face.
X1.
It's tiny though. It is tiny. What type of suite, Lokish?
Anonymous cheered X1.
It is going to take a while. I can always mute the yellows. It's always an option.
Stony_Eagle cheered X5. It won't stop.
It won't stop. I mean, I will mute yellows then, if that doesn't stop. Ah, that's better.
Aiden Bennett cheered X69.
Ah, now it happens. Appreciate the 550. 500.
X500. If I promise something, I deliver on it.
I appreciate that. So the use of bits is a way to donate directly to the streamer without having to pay for sub. However, you pay like a premium to Twitch when you buy bits. So 1 bit is 1 cent, if I remember correctly, or at least in dollar. So 100 bits is $1, equivalent to $1. And I don't know if Blurb works, Aiden. I don't think it does. I need to check that. That's a good point. Yeah.
Stony_Eagle cheered X1000. Go get that new monitor, crutch 5 grin.
I have a new monitor study already. But I appreciate the 1,000 bits. Still no hype train, I'm good with that. So yeah, it's basically 1 cent per bits until you get so like this 1,000 bits is $10, equivalent to $10, which I appreciate a lot. And yeah, it's a direct way to support the channel. Yeah, food is high. Well, come on in. What do you mean we were so close? We were close-ish. So as you can probably see, everything is... I mean, everything is... No, you can't fucking see that. Everything is tiny compared to the original thing of how things used to look. Because right now, I am on a 27-inch Samsung fucking monitor. It still has the issue that the other one has. In terms of refresh rate not being able to sync in between 2 monitors that have different refresh rates, so it's annoying. And yeah, so the fuck counter this one also, but the fuck counter now display that wheel, and I'm debating if I want to have it rotate or not. Specifically, so I made it here because the fuck is inside of the camera, and so if the camera is too bright, then it should be good.
Unacceptable condition! Unacceptable!
Indeed. Oh. Oh, you broke something. Interesting. Thank you, Aiden, for testing that. Appreciate it. Yeah, you can. It's just it had. I don't know why. I mean, I might know why. Give me 1 second. I guess it's in the. Also, we don't really hear shit right now. It could be on the other side. Dark mode looks good. I really like it this time compared to. I mean, I like both. I like the background on the light mode a lot because it's like an holographic type of texture. However, on dark mode, it has just a subtle hint of color here and there, which I also think is pretty clean. We can see it more when we're on the BRB scene, right? You have like a bit of a blue, purple-ish tint here and there on that background compared to when we are here, where it's a bit more visible that we have like the blue here and all that shit all around, right? So it's more subtle on dark mode. That's interesting. However, the thing that I need to check is this channel point reward for my time, and I think it needs to do RC, right? Dark, and then this one needs to switch to RC light. Could be good. Should be better than before. At least we have this. Anyways. So yeah, so right now, Stoney, you said go get your monitor. I have a new monitor. It's still broken. Still not good. So I think tomorrow will still be on that monitor, and then Saturday morning I will go back, give it back, buy a new one, see if it changes anything, and continue to do that cycle again. First of all, the thing that I don't like about this monitor specifically, let's dash things in here. So I'm using the Samsung G5 Odyssey 27-inch, right? That's the one I got. On the brutal, on the first of the week live, yes. The first of the month's live stream, yes, it is. You are test bunnies. So the first thing that I don't like about this fucking monitor is the fucking stand is massive. Sorry, that's it. The stand is taking probably 5 to 7 centimeters on each side more than the previous one, and so it's huge. Then the second thing that I don't like is the fucking curve. I didn't see it in person. I just saw that picture and I said, yeah, it's just a curved monitor, right? It's similar to my 34. It's the same thing, right? This bitch is fucking curved as curved. I like curved monitor, but
bad AOA, bad.
I mean, this one is just too much. Everything looks like it's on a tube. It's just too much. I think the curve is really nice when you're on an ultra wide. Otherwise, right, it looks like it's not a lot. It is. It is a lot. It is a lot. I wish I could find like a... Look at that bitch right here. Look at that fucking thing. Like, I wish we had a pic from the top on this one. Should I type top view in the search bar? Probably. Also, it's not the QLED that I got. It's the same though. Right, so that's the curve I'm used to, basically. I mean, even then, this one is not exactly the one that I got, but I got this one. Can I find one with the right fucking monitor picture, please? Please. It is difficult right now. Also, the box is amazingly big on this one compared to the Samsung one. Yeah, anyway, this is basically similar. So, that's the one that I was looking for. Okay, so that's the curve that I'm used to. Okay, so that's a regular curve for something that is a bit weird and wide. This is the curve of the one that I got now, which, as you can probably see, is way more. So I'm used to this. This is way too much for me right now. And as someone who designs stuff, not play immersive game, the curve is just bending my design, so that's not good as a designer. Like the ultra wide on the 34 on the PC is amazing because it just means that wherever I look, the screen is basically flat.
Caged_can is now following.
That's good. Cage, well, come on in. That is pretty clean. There is this newest Corsair screen that is bendable to your need, which I think is pretty interesting. But I mean, that's not the one thing, but it's basically that same concept where you can take it and just bend it out. How are you, Cage? Who are you? How did you find the string? I don't want to know. So that's interesting. Anyways, I kind of want to get back this fucking one into the space that is downstairs and then get another one instead. And right now, the more that I'm looking at things, and I've been watching a video review of another brand monitor, and they were talking about something like the stand. I rated you? Are you sure about that? Not sure about that. Oh, rated male. Yes, I rated male. Yes. Sorry. My brain is just not working. Hey, how are you? Calling Marty. That is weird. Anyways, the thing that I was about to say is the stand of monitors of the Alienwares are like two tripod type of thing, and the Samsung is the same thing. And the video was talking about flat base stands being better because even though it's elevated a bit, it's still usable desk space where you can put things there. And so I think that's
Tom
better.
Baseater is now following.
Tom Baseater. Name sounds familiar as well. How are you? Who are you? How did you find the stream? And yeah, probably rated male, 100%. And I've been seeing your profile picture with the snake, because you stream as well, I think, Caged. So yeah, so that's the that's probably the next monitor, and then the last thing that I want to bitch about on that fucking Samsung thing is the stand isn't, or the height isn't adjustable, so it is lower than my regular screen, which means that even though I've been using it for like a full day and a half right now, I already have some type of neck pain because I'm looking down rather than looking at the usual height that I'm used to. So it is annoying. Like my usual screen is usually around here in terms of height, and right now we have all of that space at the bottom that is just too low. So when I'm on Figma, for example, all the things that are here are hard to reach. That's no good. So yeah, no good. And yeah, today I kind of wanted to finish polish type of polish, not human multitask, but polish some of the font choices here and there. We'll see what we can do about these things. Also, the library doesn't sync anyway, so that's a bit annoying. Anyways, let me just answer the question that has been asked before. For this, yes, Instagram has a design system. I think if you go to design.instagram or instagram.design or look for Instagram design system, you might find something. And then Aiden and Stoney had a bit of a discussion about Dutch stuff. And Sassy, your question was, how do I start building Stream Overlay? Right, that's the thing. So I usually start inside of Figma because I'm used to it and it's easier for me at this point. But if you can't, don't bother. Like it's fine. Right now, as I previously said, I have that really regular size in which you can probably read this. Can you read things on screen now? Or is it like still too small? So usually what I do is I start with a very simple basic ID and then I expand on it. Right here, it was the August ID, and then I helped Sakei for his overlay, and so I had another ID to put the dock at the top, and then I moved to something weird, and I found this person on Twitter, and I said, I like that design, and so that's basically this thing that triggered all of the IDs later on. And so now, as I previously said multiple times, now when I have an ID on a new stream overlay, what happens usually is I either have like a thing like this that is just giving me a direction, and then I jump into OBS and do the things that I need to do, or I build something like this, which is one screen, and then I jump into OBS and do the same thing. But how do you start? Because that's the main question. And Caged, you said name on Discord and I saw the purple ball. Interesting. I appreciate you deciding to join. Appreciate you doing that. Let's try. I think on stream file we might have something interesting. Robin Spy, hi, welcome on in. How are you? So yeah, we basically have. I mean, I've been creating overlay basically every month since the beginning of 2022. So that takes a lot of time, and so it also forced me to get IDs very quickly. So we had like a lot of discussion about how and what are the things that are needed. We can go over that at some point, but I need to answer through this question. Is it a good idea to make carousel on slide page, my portfolio presentation, or just make next slide for the same project? I mean, there is no good or bad idea. I think through this, so you're talking basically about your portfolio, right? In your PowerPoint presentation, when you want to send your portfolio to potential hiring manager, and they will see your things, right? That's the thing here. So the main goal for the main goal for a hiring manager when they receive your portfolio is, first of all, to not look at it. That's the first thing that they do, and then look at it when they are on a call with you, to have you explain it. So when I'm saying not look at it, usually what they do is they double click the thing, they scroll through at a pace that is similar to me scrolling through Dribble, and then they decide if you go to the next stage or not, if they haven't had like any interaction with you. So the fact that you have more than one thing for one project, I mean more than one slide for one project, doesn't make any difference really.
Pablo Foliaza is now following.
Oh, Pablo, welcome on in. Thanks a lot for the follow. How are you? Who are you? How did you find the stream? I like that the John said Foliaza. Is it Foliaza or is it Fogliaza? As a probably a thing that I can't pronounce properly, right? Yes, I can. Of course, I can. So if I'm here and I'm on Dribble and I just want to look at things, right? That's the speed at which I will look at things. And I know that I have 3 things to click on. Brutal, have a good rest of your day. And thanks a lot for stopping by, I appreciate you. Rest a lot, please. Take care of yourself, and we'll see you soon. Yes, you can post links. I might not click on them if it's song related, because I don't have the MCA free songs. So, yeah. Yeah, so through this you can have like everything in multiple page. That's an option, and it's not an issue. It's just know that most of the time your portfolio is looked at a very much at a glance, right? It's just I looked at this and I saw things and I was like, this is interesting, this is interesting, this was cool, this was cool, and that's it. That's the only thing that I want to touch on when I'm chatting with the person that would be you. And so right here, for example, let's say this one was one of your projects in your portfolio, I would say, well, what was your mindset? What did you think about? What was your decision-making process to go from either star-shaped or point in the center, like a dot. Why did you decided to go with gradient here and not gradient here? In terms of the blend, all that. Do you have like a other thing that went through your process for the logo design, and then we go quickly into the other things? Same questions basically, and then if you have the same types of answers in between two projects, I will probably not ask more things. By the way, that tag thingy at the top with the holographic thing is pretty clean. I like that. So, right, all of these things you can easily go through your portfolio, put 5 images based on the same project, because the hiring manager will probably just go through them extremely quickly in the first round before they decide if they want to call you back or not. This is the yeah. Think about it like this: you don't care about it. You can put as much as you want. And then you said, so I need to cut some of them. Not really. In portfolio, we really recommend you to have somehow not more than 5 projects. 3 is between 3 and 5 is the golden numbers, because in an interview you don't have the time to go over more than 5, and if you are less than 3, unless the 3 project that you, or the 2 project that you have are massive, it is a bit small. So it depends on you, it depends on the project. I have seen people who have 7 pages for one project, and I have seen people who have 1 page for one project. So it really depends on the project, your investment in said project, the thing that you did, and how much you want to talk about that specific project. Remember that if you have more pages for a singular project, means that you have more things to talk about on that singular project. However, if, let's say on my portfolio I put like a big Blender project, even though I don't want to do Blender later, then it's a waste of time, because the hiring manager will say, oh, you are doing Blender stuff, oh, you put like a lot of them, interesting, so you must be proficient in there. And then I'm just saying, yeah, I like it, but it's not what I'm here for, right? So yeah, useless to have them there. You can make 2 slides per project, as in I've seen. Have I shared this? I think I have shared this before, but I think I called that 2022, right? That's the name of my fucking file. I think we looked at this one before, right? So the thing that I have is, you get my starter page, and then you have one thing for one project, same thing here, same thing here, same thing here, and then we have my current company where I have a bit more content, but I didn't want to showcase more than that, so you have that screen, and then a bit of the building blocks for explaining to the devs how things have been built and all that. And then you have another project, and thanks for scrolling, and that's it. And you don't need more, because I know that when you're looking at them, first of all, you're not scrolling horizontally on the PDF, but you're scrolling vertically. You just go through things very quickly, and that's it. I don't showcase more than that, meaning that this one, and this one are basically the same thing, and then the other things, the other 4 right here are basically the same thing. They are just for mobile app design. So for hiring managers, that makes sense. However, the thing that I want to say, and I'm keeping everything very, very, very far away right now, because you don't need to see the details. This has been made in 2014 on this one, 2014-15 on this one, 14 here, 14 here. So we are in 2023 almost. Everything is fucking outdated. The only one that are not outdated are the UI kits that are here and the current thing right there. So yeah. Nana, hi, and Ashley, hi, welcome on in. I hope you're good. Also Pablo from Argentina. UX engineer between designer and front end. That's interesting. I am product designer working on my front end skills at the moment, so you probably know more than me on that front things. Yeah. But yeah, Fruitis, that's the best thing that I can tell you. And do I need to add buttons slide between slide? No, you don't need that. No one click on the slide, they will use their keyboard anyways. And you can have, if you wanted to, like if you really wanted to, I could like potentially replace that star here with an arrow, a tiny arrow that just points down so that they know that they can scroll. But because they are on a PDF things, they are supposed to scroll and they probably see the head of the next page, so they will automatically scroll. The only one that is weird is this one, because it just doesn't make any sense to have like a wide ass bar. Anyways, it's there, so don't really care about that. Yeah. And then something happened earlier and I didn't click the link. There, and the link of Aiden. Yeah, I saw your timetable, Aiden, where you said like it was the best.
Unacceptable condition! Unacceptable!
Best timetable. I can. If I still had mine somewhere, I could show you what the best timetable was, for me, at least when I was in school. But yeah, much different. But it's clean. It's a very simple thing, and should be easy on the mind. But yeah, my timetable when I was in school, I had Tuesday, and that's it. And Monday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday was free. Best years. Best fucking years. Best Tuesday. And then on the previous one, I had Tuesday and Wednesday. It was pretty nice. It was pretty nice. Why does that song reminded? Oh, because of that. Getting called out right here. Don't spend money on wine though, but I see. Say anything about this one. I know too many people with that name. My aunt is one of them. My ex is one of them. Interesting. I might I might listen to it. Might listen to it when I have sound that can comment. So let me just put that here. Thank you for sharing, Sassy. And so for this, if the person who is hiring is requesting like a Figma portfolio, it means that they are proficient with Figma itself, so that makes sense. But we don't recommend Figma portfolio anymore. I mean, we have in the beginning, because you can just do like a fucking prototype and it works and it's good, but not a good idea. Oli, hi, we're calling. How are you? I am glowing. So the thing that is the reason why we don't recommend the Figma portfolio is mainly because still a lot of company and specifically the hiring managers don't fucking know how to use Figma presentation mode, even though it seems like a thing that makes sense. It is not a thing that they know how to use, right? So basically, if you have like a Figma portfolio, you may have an issue with the hiring manager not being able to see the content because they are just not used to that. So yeah, we don't recommend Figma portfolio. However, if the company is asking you for one, do that. As always, I would recommend you to do your portfolio PDF inside of Figma because it's easier, and that way, if they are requesting like a Figma portfolio, you can just send them the prototype of that same page, and it will work. And it will work. And Oli, yes, I agree. I agree. The peel is much better than the circle on that scene specifically because then I'm more visible. It take more space, and it might happen. It might happen. I think, if I remember correctly, I think I can. Do that, right? I could, but would need to be resized and all that.
Stony_Eagle cheered Dex300 cash.
Cash. Interesting. Stony, thanks a lot for the 300 bits. Appreciate it. Yeah, so for this, for the high-res pictures, just use the downsizer plugin, which will resize your images to make sure that they have small sizes. That makes sense. That helps. It's good. It's good. What type of desk are you building, Oli? If you see chat at some point. And now that the derail on portfolios pass, Sassy, the Yago desk is good. Yeah, no, you can hear, but I mean, maybe you have the thing that you're building and then you have time to go back here. Anyways, Sassy, for the question that you have asked and I still haven't answered, the main thing that I recommend for most people is to start with things like this, right? So things like this being defining layout rather than this defining content, which is pretty simple when I'm saying it like this. Makes sense. It's pretty easy. You can understand that. But the reason why I'm saying this is it's very easy to get hung on the details. For example, I think I spent a bit of time on designing that logo thing at the bottom that we used about 6-7 months ago. But that's a waste of time. I should have spent more time on defining how the layout was to be made, and then when the layout was built, just adding the tiny things here and there to make sure that all the things that I wanted to have were in place. So the way that we built these things is we have like a bit of a system type of thing where we have colors that are defining content. So everything that is light green is everything that is related to chat. Everything that is red is the camera. Everything that is blue is a screen capture or game capture. And then everything that is another color is usually related to metrics or music or chat or other browser source thingy. And so with that system in mind, you can easily swap things around and make tests in terms of, specifically because I'm doing that in Figma, right? Make tests in the transition right in Figma to make sure that the thing that you build makes sense. So yeah, all that things are. It is a good strategy indeed. It is a good strategy. And for this, yes, I could give me like a second. So the main goal for these types of layouts building system is you spend time on where things should go rather than how things should look. And so you can define easily, right? Here the camera is a rectangle. However, when we move to this scene, the camera is not a rectangle anymore and it changed. So that's an interesting thing, first of all. So if we were to, I just want to check, does that exist? Can I do that? I can do that. Still works. Let's see. Only you can review the position as well, right? And so Figma will give me that as an option, so I can see how things will move basically on OBS, because it's basically the same thing. But if I have this as a starter, and right now I don't have the other pages available, sadly, I just have two fucking things. So I just have the main transition, and sometimes it's enough, sometimes it's not. That depends on you, depends on how proficient you are with specifically OBS. But for something like, and Kane, I've seen your question, for something like the one for CK, which is, where the fuck are you? You're right in front of me. No, it's not as easy. Not as easy as I want it to be. So, right, same thing in the first one that we had as a rebrand, or built in, we have the same setup. So everything that is red is the camera, everything that is blue is the capture, everything that is green is chat, white metrics, light blue other stuff. So that's the main thing that we have, and then right here is the screenshot that we had, redoing of the same screenshot with aligning the layouts because it was not good. And then we made the transitions in Figma to make sure that they were feasible inside of OBS, and then we moved on. And on the new one that they have now, the overlay itself is very simple, as you can probably tell, right? But we kept something very simple in terms of layout, right? He gave me the like that as a screenshot, and so I used an image, even though I shouldn't have. But still, capture is blue, camera is red, and I moved them around, and then I created the thing based on his screenshots. And that took me 20 minutes inside of OBS to build, because it's a very simple theme. And because I wanted to make sure that it was as optimized as possible, I built it as well inside of Twitch Studio. So if you are someone who is streaming from a Mac, for example, like Sake is, streaming from Twitch Studio might be the best option because it's more optimized than OBS. And it's a bit better on some specific parts. However, OBS 28, which came out this morning, which I don't recommend you to update to yet, has native M1 support, so Apple Silicon support on the new OBS version, which I think will be big in terms of how to get things running. What do you mean that was fun? And so to answer your question, Kane, about the radius, I'm using a shader on OBS shader filter to give, well, that camera radius, and so that's why I have the ability to just move from here to here and have the transition of the radius from scene A to scene B. Yeah, nah, it was expected, but the update itself is very big and pretty impressive in the thing that they added to OBS, which I really like. However, there is a big number of plugins that just don't work anymore, and so everything that I use is using plugins, right? So if I update now, it's not a good idea. I will lose all the transition, I will use the blurs, I would lose potentially some of my sub-scene collections, like the Janky Pasta one that we had with the weird chat thing. I would lose the Spotify thing that was here because Tuna is not supported yet. So all of these things, right? I don't recommend you to update right now. And Cat, for anyone who is like a new streamer, Twitch Studio is the best option, without a doubt. Like, it's better than OBS, and it's better than Streamlabs, without question. It is like so easy to manage and so simple to take care of things. Right now we have, like, as always, camera is the iPhone. You have your scene right here. Streamlabs, the company is terrible. The software is great. They just want to sell you everything, but the software is amazing. The UI is good. Like, for someone who doesn't know how to use OBS, Streamlabs is amazing. And so Twitch Studio right here, right behind my camera, you have a bit of things that I think I should do that so that you can see everything. You have your scenes, which right now, right, your scenes right here, so you can switch scenes as expected. Very, very easy stuff. You can edit your scenes, and you have your layers. The thing that I love about Twitch Studio compared to OBS basically is right here in the thing that you can add, you have the ability to say, you know what, I am absolutely needing a countdown right here on that specific scene. Let's add a fucking countdown right here. Let's place it in the middle of my white section, right there. And then, okay, so that's my base. It's on top of white. That makes no sense. Let's change this color to, I don't know, white maybe, or black. Sorry. Now it's black. It's right here. And then you say, oh, okay. So you start the timer. You click the start button. Like it's built in. It makes sense, and it's easier to understand, specifically for like a co-working streamer, for example. Cat, I don't know. I'm just looking at you. It is like so easy. You define your value, you press start, stop, reset. It's done. You don't have to have health timer, you don't have to have a Lua script, you don't have to have anything. And it's built in, it's there. You need a new layer. Alright, you need your chat box. Let's add your chat box. Boom, I have my chat box right there. Okay, so if you type anything in chat starting now, it should just pop in that fucking thing immediately. You want like an alert type of stuff, it's built in. You don't need stream element, you don't need anything. Everything is there, and you just have them. Let's say you are looking for a goal, right? And you have your goal thing. It's built in. You want to define your goal? What goal do you want to have? You want to define that? Okay, good. Change that. It's okay, hi. Yeah, we're talking about Twitch Studio right now. Just showcasing how easy it is to build something with it. Like, so fucking simple. And I don't know, it's overall a very much easier type of experience compared to OBS itself. So, I mean, not to say anything, but while still saying something, at some point I will potentially have like a portable type of stream, and Twitch Studio makes it so easy to have a portable type of stream on your Mac or your PC for that matter. It is not exactly less CPU intensive. As you can see, you have, like, right now we are on idle, not streaming. We are at 16% CPU usage, which is heavy-ish, but still, right? For everything that you get your activity feed, your chat here, you chat here. If you wanted to have a preview, you can hide the preview while you're streaming if you wanted to, same thing. You can change your stream infos. I mean, the main thing that is, for me, most important stuff is right there. You can add a new sound source on the Mac directly. That doesn't exist or didn't exist before. So I don't know how this specific app is built. Only maybe this is the Electron app that you were talking about last time. Grasson, hi, welcome on. But I really love what they did. Even though it's still beta, I think that there is like a lot of things that are much better than OBS in terms of simplicity. The thing that I like the most here is when you start Twitch Studio for the first time, you have a set of 4 scenes pre-made, which will gather your camera, your game, and your chat, and some alerts built in these 4 things. And that's it. You have a thing with a cute looking background It's easy. You have your gameplay thing, which will just it will just tell you, well, you want your webcam, well, which webcam do you want to use, and then you check which webcam you want to use. Using this one at the moment, you can define how it looks, if you want like effects on it. It's just fucking amazing. And yeah, like you have your alerts. I have my game capture. It is copied from something. I want it to be my entire monitor right here, and that's it. I have my thing set up. It just feels so easy. Like you can add a border, you can add radius on your stuff, right? I have my border rounding thing that I can easily change if I wanted to. I can add more or less border right here, right? It's okay for your things where you needed like a tiny radius here and there. That's the best. That's the best option. You don't need to think about it. It's just built in. It's, I don't know, it just feels so weird. It's just so nice to get like change the opacity of your borders if you wanted to, change the color of them. Just nice. It's just nice. Anyways, so I built them inside of Twitch Studio as well to make sure that they were working, and it's very simple, it works and all that. So CK, by the way, now that you're here, I'm using the same background that you're using, the stripe animated background thingy as my main animated background. Just added a bit of a thing. I'm debating a lot the noise on the light mode. On dark mode is great, but on light mode I don't know how I can make it less visible. I want to make it less visible without having to just change the opacity. Yeah, I mean, it's looking nice. It's specifically nice because you have the colors that are showing, but also the grain is very coarse. Whereas here it's fine. It is fine. It's better. It's better. Congrats on your work. So I can't do color dodge for the noise because it's in OBS. I'm thinking about adding the noise directly into the browser source that is the background. That can be an easy thing to do. It's just a bit annoying. Have a good nap. But the noise is just with the noise app on Figma, right? You are here and you want a noise thing, you type Command P, type noise, and you get your noise, and then you define the size of your noise. Then you create it, and boom, you have a noise. That's it. Really straightforward. The noise on Figma is trash. I have been saying that for the past 4 years now. Figma doesn't have like a noise texture built in. If you are someone who has the access to Sketch, Sketch has a built-in noise feature that is amazing. So So how it is inside of OBS directly is just like an opacity to make it lighter. I just need to have like a value set for the light mode and a value set for the dark mode. That way we'll still see. There is noise, but not as much, right? So Sassy, did you hear about all of the system thing for building overlays, or not really? And Grassham, I have Procreate. I bought an iPad specifically to buy Procreate, and I use it to take notes and do sketches. But to be frank, if you are not someone who scribble like sketches on the daily, then it's an expensive purchase. My iPad is now is basically used to watch Netflix most of the time, or movies on other platforms. So it was an expensive Netflix machine. Yes, I am senior designer. Oh yeah, I said a lot of things. I said a lot of things. Chris, I was about to go back in the chat to look for the link, but thank you. Can take a look at that. And Grassham, I can explain. I mean, I need to answer that question first, and then I can give you like a bit of a rundown of the history of what happened. So you have a San Francisco designer, UX designer at Twitch. So UX designer means not junior exactly, but not senior either. So right in the middle. So I think in terms of experience, you fit in there. And then document project, that makes sense. Oh, so they are looking for like a junior-ish type of person. I mean, you can always apply. You can always apply if you wanted to. It seems to be like an entry-level-ish type of things. So, I don't see why not. I do see why I wouldn't, personally. Because this is like basically an entry level, and I would be out of their price range for the location and for the place. They don't tell you if they would help you to get a visa. I don't think they... I mean, they could, but it's not stated. So you can always apply, as always, right? You can apply, and you can ask them if you have like an interview. You can ask them if they have a relocation system. Or they say no. It is not remote. It's like San Francisco. So basically, I mean, British, you are on the right side of Russia. and San Francisco is like not so far away. In a way, in a sense, right? Yeah, so I mean, this is a bit complicated. As in, the base pay range for this position in Colorado, like in these cities, is 100 to 120. However, as they say, the pay is based on the market location and may vary depending on the job-related knowledge, skills, and experience, meaning that this message that they have at the bottom is just most likely a copy based on each of their things. So I don't know if I would trust that thing in like fully. I could, but I don't know if I would. But yeah. Give me a second. Aggressive, you said, have I considered working for Blizzard or Riot Games? Yes, I have. I have thought about it a lot, and then my design skill is not to the level that I wish it was to work for a game company, unless the game company is hiring to build their website and they need like a designer for their things. But yeah, have a good sleep through this. You missed everything. But yeah, have a good rest of your day through this. Thanks a lot for stopping by. I appreciate it. Thanks a lot for the questions. And yeah. And Russell, yes, Oli is working at Twitch. For Twitch. All that. All that. I'm reading chat as a delayed thing. Take your time, Ollie. Take your time. So yeah, going back to the iPad thing, yesterday I bought that, and there. So 2 sizes for 2 different use cases. Basically the same amount of pages, a bit less on this one, but like not a lot different. And yeah, it's I mean, if you want to sketch stuff, as always, because I'm a fucking designer, I can't do anything else than this. If you know, you know. If you don't know, you don't know. But dotted grid paper is the best paper that we have so far in terms of your ability to do stuff as straight lines without really having to think about it. So, and without being too distracting as well. So these are great. A bit expensive because they are moleskin, but anyways, right? It is pretty good if you just need sketching here and there from time to time. Just use one of these. That would be much better for you, guess. And then, Sassy, you said you are in office, so sometimes I have to take my attentions away, which makes sense. Don't feel obligated to stay there if you are doing something else at the same time. I appreciate you being here. Regardless, there was a question before, which was, how was your journey with design? Grassam, can you expand a bit on the thing that you would like to know specifically in that realm of stuff? What do you have specifics, or do you want to know like everything? First job. So that's a all right. Haven't job hop. I'm not a job hopper. Not exactly. I mean, I am, but not exactly. So the real first job that I had, I was very young and I was interested in design, but I wasn't a designer yet. And someone, specifically renaming nameless, friend of my dad, asked if I could design a flyer. And I said yes. And I designed a poorly designed flyer for an event. And that was basically my first job. And then that same person asked me if I could design a website. And at the time, I said maybe, because I didn't fucking know. And then I did it, because I failed. And I said I can't, it's too much things that I don't know. So it was in Photoshop at the time. Yes, it was in Photoshop CS2, sorry, the green feather icon. Right? No, not even. CS was right after that. It was still in the non-CS version, so Photoshop 6 or 9? 6 or 8? I think. Let me check. Yep. Exactly that. Photoshop 6. The blue one. First blue one. I was using the previous one. I mean, I've been using Photoshop for the longest time, but yeah, it was in Photoshop at the time. And so I tried to do a website and I couldn't. And at the time, to give you like a bit of an idea of when that was, I was 11 years old at that time. So a bit ago, a bit of a long time ago now. And I tried, but it didn't work. And then I went to school and I continued doing things, and I wanted to go into like an art-ish type of school, and none of them said yes. So I ended up in a mechanic type of school where we built micro metal built things. And my first job as a first job in design, it was much later in a I mean, when I say job, I mean paid job officially with a contract and all that, which was in a small agency that was doing iPhone and iPads app, specifically iPads, but with the resizing for iPhones if the clients wanted to have it. But yeah, that was the first thing, and I did that at the same time of my school. And as we talked about in timetable earlier, timetable from Aiden, my school at the time was 2 days per week. So the Tuesday, Wednesday was in school, and the Monday, Thursday, Friday was free. And I decided to find a job at the same time, and that was pretty nice. So that was the first job, which was a very small company. We were 6 in total. I was the only designer, and yeah, basically learned everything that I know now in jobs, and because I was interested in it. So if you want to do the same thing, right? If you don't know, if you can find like an internship type of thing where they don't pay you much and that you can afford to not be paid much for a bit, do that. Like, go there, stay 3 months, stay a year, stay 6. So if that's a fear of yours, then don't attempt it. I would give you the advice of getting like a financial pillow, as we call it. So getting at least 3 months of salary saved up, or not salary, 3 months of expenses saved up just in case. The best is 6, but 3 is nice if you can get more, right? So if you already have that saved up and you can, or you think you have the means to stay without a job for at least 6 months without like spending all your money, then do it. I mean, it's a good thing, but you can also stay in your current company and apply for a ton of jobs, and then maybe you will land one before you leave the current company, right? So that's an option. That is an option. And yeah, you had another question that I read. So yes, the first jobs that I had were in mechanic and then in design and agency because I wanted to go there. And then from that agency I moved to another agency, and from that other agency I moved to as a consultant to a specific brand, firm type of thing for like a month, and then I moved to my current company. So not a lot of job hopping on my end. I don't. It's not a thing that I do. It's just like I don't know. It's a lot of time in interviews and things. Even though I still have like interviews here and there, which is something that I recommend for most people. Which is, even if you are in a secure job, do not stop applying, or like not actively looking for, but if you see like an opportunity, do not just say, oh, that could be a nice opportunity, and just not apply. Or just apply to things. Maybe you will have a good surprise, and maybe you won't. But the most important thing is, if you continuously apply for jobs, even though you are in a job that you kind of like, you get the brain muscle workout of getting in an interview and answering questions and preparing briefs and things and portfolio, all of that, which I think is something that is important, because when you look in the eyes of a company, if the company needs to lay off some people, they will lay off some people, and you might be one of them. And so they need to do the best, or to make the best decision for their company. And you as an employee, you need to do the same thing and make sure that you have the best choice for yourself and your career, if you want a career in that specific domain or not. So that's why I will highly recommend you to just continuously apply. Can you apply for remote jobs, Grassham, rather than French jobs? So the thing that may might be interesting for you is, I could do that. I'm thinking at the same time right now.
Stacks Talks is now following.
Stacks, welcome on in. Thanks a lot for the follow. How are you? Who are you? How did you find the stream? Oh, old account. Milkman, hi. That's okay. Why okay? So right, I had 3 jobs. I got mechanic, jobs. I then had
Stacks Talks just subscribe.
What? Why? I appreciate it. Thanks a lot for the sub. Definitely. Stacks. That makes sense. What? So many subs? It's the mechanic thing, and then the first agency, first agency, basically second agency, and then consulting, and then in-house. So that's basically the path that I have. Shit. I stacked them. Alright, so that was the thing. The reason why I just create this timeline is to give you a bit of an idea of the time that happened, or the time that was spent in between things. Actually, my nickname, or Stacks nickname. So between my free job and my mechanic job, I had like a ton of time, right? I was 11 here, and my mechanic job I was 18. So there was like 7 years in between these two. In between my mechanic jobs and my agency jobs, there was about a good 3.5 years in between the two, right? And then in between my first agency and my second agency, I had 8 months of no work at all. So that was a long time. in between my second agency, my consulting thing, I basically left the agency to go in the consulting section, so it was instant. And then in between the consulting and the in-house, I had something about 2.5 months, something like this, while applying to things and all that. And then now, right from here, I have the ability to potentially do other things. And not saying that I do that, but do you guys? No, I can't. I have potentials. Well, Belly 2 Sama. This is not how Figma looks, but it is how Figma look. This is FigJam. It's their whiteboard type of tool. However, this is what Figma is looking most of the time. But how are you? How have you been? How was your day? Or how is your day? Because it's the morning for you. So it's basically just a thing that looks like Photoshop, I would say, right? Like you have things and you can move things around. FigJam is it's around Figma. It's another tool that they have, but it's just helpful for writing things down, making some tiny things, comments, all that. So it's pretty nice. It's pretty nice. Nana, hi, welcome in. How are you? But yeah, hot. Yeah, I lurked on one of your stream about, I think, a week ago. About a week ago ish, something like this. You came back to regular house. You were cooking again. As always. One of these days, Nana. I get it. I'm okay. I'm a bit tired, but I'm happy with the new Subtember Overlay. Why do we have the song that is staying on screen? Did it just popped in? Or has it been here for a long time? Yeah. It's the first of the months. Every first of the months, I got a new overlay theme type of things. Why though? I don't understand why that. I mean, I do now, but it's just weird that this fucking song is staying there. I need to have like an automated going out type of thing. Anyways, so no, Stacks. There is no release of these. The one that I'm using are for me because they are too complex to publish. I couldn't easily get them to you because you can't modify them easily, right? The one that I'm releasing are here to help you just get faster and do things in like 10 to 15 minutes. You should be able to just plug your sources and be good to start. However, with a one like this one, for example, having the ability to just say we have like a theme change, we have different values of messages around the camera depending on the scene that you're in. That means that you would need a tool that gives you the ability to create rounded text, which right now we can't do inside of OBS. I wish we could. But right, having these types of things, making sure that the effect works in between potential themes, all of that stuff, right, is really important for the theme itself to work. But you can't, I can't give it to you and expect it to work, specifically because the camera size depends on the camera that I have, the capture depends on the screen that I'm using. So because I changed screen, I had to change some stuff around. So it's fucking annoying. However, the one that I have on Gumroad are simpler. The one that is $2 is like extremely simple. The one that is 15 is a bit less simple. As always, as a reminder, because you talked about it, on Gumroad, if you are wanting like any of the clean slate and you are part of the Discord, if you look around, you might find a discount code. And for the clean slate number 1, if you are a sub, you have it for free in the Discord. So you can pay if you want to, but don't bother. The first one is basically free. So let's go back to Carousel questions. Just looking at other things, reading chat. Yes, like this.
Stony_Eagle cheered Dex100, like this.
So, yeah, Carousel, as I said,
Condition! Unacceptable!
the time is what I'm wanting to explain right here. Yes, this one needs to go higher. This one 8 months. Basically, so as I said, right, the time span in between each of my things have been variable. The longest one has been this one, the 8 months, longest one between design jobs. So I had a period where 8 months were spent at applying thing, getting demotivated, getting lost, not being sure if I could have afford things that I'm buying on the daily, all of that. But I made it, still there, still alive. So these things, right, if you have enough saved, you can easily do that. And I would recommend you to potentially, if currently the job that you are in isn't the job that you want to stay in, if you can afford to stay 3 months without a job, as you can see, this one took me two months to get. You can easily do that. However, depending on the amount of experience that you have, you may not be able to be as fast or as slow as these are, right? So just make sure that the type of jobs that you're applying to are right outside of your skills or right on your skills, right? If you really need a job, apply for something that is on your skills. If you need a job but you can wait, apply for things that are not exactly on your skill level yet, because you know you will learn stuff on the job and you will get better very fast. So do that. Like, I just wanted to show you the timeline for perspective so that you can define on your end if it's a worth it path or not. It's a very easy thing, at least I think it is. Life influencing stream, yeah. And so as I said, right, in the time that has been here, which basically to right now, I have been in that current company for 5 years. I could have given you like some amount of time as well. So the mechanic job basically was 3 years. This one was a one-time thing, so it doesn't really count. The first agency one was 1 year. The second agency one was about 2 years, a bit less, but let's say 2 years. The consulting one was very small, 1 month. And the current one is 5 years, so it's a 5 years thing right here. So it's been from my first design stuff to my current design stuff. It's been a while, and the next one might never happen. Might not be like an employee type of thing. I may build a thing and define it as a product. I may join a company and say that this is where I want to stay. I may win the lottery and say fuck it, I'm not working anymore. I don't fucking know at this point. So right, shit can happen. But as I said, it's been 5 years in the same company. It can change, things can happen, but for example, I've been having studying. We have full-on discussion. Yeah. Basically, these points would represent interviews that I've made with other companies while still staying in the in my current company. So I had one that was interesting. I'm not exactly remembering how many I had since I started in that company, but I had like a lot of interviews with other company that wanted to have me, other things. Erin, hi, come on. And how are you? And some of them I didn't get, they just said no. Some of them I didn't continue because I said, well, that's not exactly what I want to have. And so right, all of these things happen, but I haven't stopped applying to jobs and not looking for another place to go, but not being close to opportunities, as I said earlier, right? So specifically, if you go to whichever job board that you like remote is pretty interesting because we like them, but right, maybe in here, let me... I forgot where it is. I know that it is somewhere. No, it's not remote.com. I think it's remote.co. Yeah, because we look for remote jobs, all of that. Right, I can look at this in here and say, you know what, something is interesting, I can work with this. I could go for other platform and find something that is interesting. Do that your animation effect in Figma. Yes, you can. You just need the video. No, that's yeah. Gonna work remote for a few days and months, and same thing with on the spot. You can. I wouldn't recommend it to quit on the spot, but you know, shit happen. So I'm thinking about something specific, and I don't think I can find it easily right here. Yeah, I just opened my liked video on TikTok, and I'm like, yeah. Good thing that I have blurred the screen. Anyways, there is a specific person, which I've got this person right here, which has 1.5 tons of content right there about specifically remote jobs. And so you can go into their website and all their shit, but also look at their videos. As always, they are still like a person in the internet or on the internet, so they are trying to sell you shit. I know, but they have good advice. El Kitty, hi! Welcome on in.
Unacceptable condition! Unacceptable!
So, rather than going to their website, I would still recommend you to check just their TikTok videos. As I said, right, everything that they say, they are just like, you should go check my thing, which is fucking ugly design. I can't, like, I don't like it. Anyways, right, this is a thing, it's helpful, it's good. However, you have all of the other platforms, as in We Work Remotely, which is a great platform as well. Right, this one right here, which has more of a front-end design type of job board. No, you should do that. You should do that. That's just easy. So in here, right, you have some feature thing because they are new, but you also have other stuff that are pretty interesting, and some of them, not all of them, but some of them have really interesting salary ranges. I don't know, but just clicked on the thing. I don't know if it's good, I don't know if it's not good. I just clicked on the thing. And so you can just look at We Work Remotely. I know that Memorizely has a job board as well, if I remember correctly, and we like Memorizely mostly. So in here, most of the jobs are fully remote because it's easier for everyone. So I would recommend you to look at that. They are design related jobs because, well, it's a designer type of thing. But yeah, you have all that. There is also remotejobs.com, which I always forget the thing. It's still a drama. It is still a big drama. It's, yeah, bit complicated. We have this one that is interesting as well, and then the last one is Meet Frank, which might be interesting-ish. It's a bit of a weird-ass thing, to be honest. App first thing. I do like Oda more, specifically because of their design language and what they created, but so let me finish that one and then we can go over the Tailwind thingy. But yeah, Oda is great. They basically, so the way that it works specifically with Oda and Meet Frank is not you contact companies, companies contact you. So you basically build your profile, and then if your profile is good enough or interesting enough for said company, then they will contact you, and there is a higher chance of you getting hired because, well, they have officially read your content and profile, and they know about you before you even know about them. So that's the thing. So interesting there. It's not a fresh one. It's not a fresh wound. It is a fun discussion that just has a bit of misunderstanding because of everyone's personal preferences. I would say that. So, right. Oda is great. It's a good design team overall, so we like that. But yeah, the fact that you just create your profile and then company contacts you, I think that's a good method. And most of the jobs that are here are remote, so that's why we like them most of the time. So I would really recommend you to just go into this and check some of the remote jobs board type website. It's a lot of spacing in between my words, but yeah, that's it. And you can find entry-level remote jobs, specifically if you are not pushing your profile and you put yourself in a manageable salary range with manageable skills, then you probably will have people contact you. So I would recommend that. So the framework discussion, side discussion, is still ongoing, which is good. They have had discussion in between devs, if I do understand correctly, and even though I have been pushing for Tailwind as Tailwind, they don't like Tailwind as Tailwind. They do understand I don't even know if they do. They do understand the benefits in some use cases, but they think it's too complicated to transform the entire company to a fully Tailwind-based, Tailwind-style utility CSS based framework, which I understand. It makes a lot of sense. I wish I could, but it is not, how can I say that? It is, we have made progress in going to a framework that is similar to, let me say that, the last one that they sent me is this, which is React Tailwind, where they have basically created Tailwind in React, which is basically what Tailwind is if you use it in React, which makes no sense to me. I don't understand. I think I am assuming stuff at this point because I have no fucking clue, but I think the reason why we have this discussion is there is a misunderstanding on what's what, and as Oli, you defined last time, Tailwind is just a flavor of utility CSS framework, and the way that they build thing is basically abstracting CSS values and putting them directly inside of the HTML file, and so that's what they wanted to do. And so it's basically the same in my views. It's basically the same thing. They have been asking for CSS in JS type of file format, which when I'm looking at Tailwind installation process, the config file is in JS, meaning that you create your CSS in the JS file. It is complicated, yes. I don't know. So there is like a lot of things that I do not understand their say. I explain that without really, because as always on my side, right, I'm still just a designer, and so there are things that technically I don't understand. That makes a lot of sense, but they're wanting CSS in JS. That will probably be why. So they are wanting CSS in JS, but because they want the components styles to be set in the component itself rather than abstracted around the component, which kind of makes no sense to me. But the main points that they have, which I think I agree with, and I don't exactly know if you can help on that point, they have points around variants of the same components and how is that taken into consideration inside of a Tailwind based thing. I think it's the same, like, because I understand Tailwind as just a way of redacting your code, it makes sense to me, but I think for their purpose they have the fear of like 12 feet long class name in the same component, even though you can just apply the thing and create your own class. But that's just, it makes sense to me, which makes no sense to me, right? So it's weird for me that I understand how the framework work, and I feel like I have a better understanding of the code compared to their understanding of the thing and how we should have it implemented, even though I'm not a dev. So maybe I'm absolutely full of shit and I don't know what I'm talking about. Or maybe it's the other way around, which would be fun. But I understand where they're coming from as well. Like, they have the points that they have ringed up at some point was the themes dynamic, as in dynamic themes of making sure that you can have a dark mode, light mode, but also a blue mode or an accessible mode or something like this, which I think is like basically just loading a different config file on command, which I think is pretty simple, but right, that can be complicated, I don't know. The responsiveness of the thing, which I think is built in Tailwind, as a framework, and then the fact of overriding styles, which for me is just using the apply thing and or using a class that you create yourself, like you would do anyway. And specifically because of what Stoney said last time, and Oli said last time as well, where the compiler at the end just check all the code and get rid of all the classes that are useless. But it's not, that's the thing, it doesn't have, I mean, I don't think it have the capacity to do the backend. Maybe he does? I'm not sure. It's just weird. There are some things that are very weird. But yeah, right now the last message, the latest message was they were going to look into, to deeply look into Tailwind with vanilla, CSS, emotion, and style component, which Tailwind does, the last three. And I don't understand why it's so complicated for the team to just see or like say that works or that doesn't work. I don't know. There is a weird thing happening in that specific thing. And if I just go to here, right? I'm guessing, and right now it's just assumption, so I'm probably wrong, but I'm guessing everything that they have heard about Tailwind itself is, I think they are thinking that Tailwind is basically like React, like it's a new language, which in my head doesn't make sense, but right, maybe. And then the thing that they are pushing as potential issues, as in theming, that's a theme that they have here. So dynamic themes makes sense. It's basically like visible on their landing page, so that seems weird. But then I do understand, right? Here it looks like a lot of classes for just this, but that's not the point. Yeah. I mean, like, they have all of these frameworks, guides type of stuff, where we're using Tailwind, we are using Next, I think, and this is the config file where you will create your styles, or apply your styles if you need to have other styles that are not based already, baked in. So it's weird. It is weird. I think there is like a misunderstanding either on my side, which I hope it is. I really hope it is, like my side and me being like a bit of a designer, not understanding some of the technicality of things behind how things work, rather than me having a better understanding of the code process and the way that a specific framework works compared to my head of front end. I wish we could, Oli. I wish. However, the ability to speak English is even worse than what Stony is expecting me to sound like right now. Right? They will, first of all, they will probably sound like this, and they won't have the ability to understand what you will say in English. So that is very complicated, right? But yes, I mean, I really wish we could, but no. There will be a lot of stuttering, yes. I mean, you know what? You tell me. If I am right or wrong in my understanding of the thing, right? So, from what I know and from what I have gathered as information, Tailwind is a framework of abstracting CSS or base CSS classes or values into predefined classes that you can apply directly in your HTML file. The benefits of that, in the grand scheme of things, from what I understand, is rather than having to create one class called button in which you stack everything in that specific one class, you can be in your HTML file and add class name, quotation mark thingy, and then color, your paddings, radius, all that, without having to really think about it in another separated file. That's the main thing that I have as a use case for website. However, it sounds scary, yes. So instead of writing one class per component and each class needing display flex, you have a class named display flex. Yes, basically the class is just flex. That I can't, I have no knowledge yet, so I can't say that. I mean, I have some knowledge though. So you said you are just missing a couple of things that makes it fun and easy for devs. Scalability, that's interesting. Yeah, so I think their fear is the complexity of the product that we have and the type of thing that we do. But that's when it makes no sense to me. The complexity of a product isn't impacted by the styling of the product, right? And the fact that you style a button or you don't style a button will still be a button and work as a button, I think. And so unless, and that's where things are making a lot less sense on my end, but unless you like build a component that needs a specific set of class in a certain state and another set of class in another state that are extremely different, you won't have like a 10 feet long class name thing, right? Because you will have your base class and then you will have your hover and then active and then focus in the same thing. I mean, it makes so much sense to me. I do agree with Holly that devs today get so used to using pre-built tools. Once something custom comes along, they run forward. Yeah. Yeah, that's the apply function that they have, where you can just say, well, this class plus this class plus this class is equal to that subclass that I just created manually. That seems easy. Yeah. Wow. It was about to turn off for some reason. I think I haven't moved the cursor enough. The thing is, so okay, the reason why I'm pushing for Tailwind is because their Tailwind components are 95% exactly the same as the component that I built in Figma, and so having like a bit of a thing that is not exactly the same in between Figma and the front end is exactly already the case. Because the implementation of the thing that has been built in the past hasn't been good, so we have some issues here and there. It's better now, but right. But then having something like Tailwind as a base with predefined classes, spacing, radius, shadows that are close to what is in Figma already, if the dev mistake a specific class for something else, like let's say they used radius 1 instead of a radius 2, not 1 pixel but like the value, I can easily say, well, here you just change that to 2 and that's it, you're done. Rather than today we need to go into changing the specific thing like we did it with Stony last time. On the CSS files. I don't know. There is a feeling on my end that is the implementation will be better with Tailwind because it's pre-made, and so the errors that has been made by the team in the past will not reproduce or be there again. However, I do understand the fear of needing to redo the entirety of our product, which is pretty massive and pretty complex. In terms of how things work. And so another thing that I kind of wanted to talk about on that topic specifically is I've given them basically the basic page to recreate if they could, right? This thing. It's zoomed in as much as I can right now, but this is a very simple, in my view at least, it's a very simple thing, and we could use the basic templates layout of Tailwind or whichever library that exists, right? But you have like a header, a sidebar, and a main content with a subheader in it. So in terms of layout, it's a very simple thing, and so I gave them the exercise basically to recreate this page with either Tailwind or the other frameworks that they would like to do or work with, and I don't know how much work they really did, but they sent me like a screenshot of the header, which is good. And then they told me that they had a hard time to do the header, which was a copy paste from the header on their website. So that's the first thing. And then the second thing, they told me that they used another framework and that they could do the entire thing in like 20 minutes. So I don't know at this point. I feel like it's a bit of a useless waste of energy on my end to try to convince them. But I also want to see the implementation being good on the product that I've been spending 5 years on. So yeah, because they don't know how the syntax works, which makes a lot of sense, right? If you have been writing in English for your whole life and then tomorrow will tell you, well, starting tomorrow you need to write in Japanese, it will be fucking annoying, right? The thing is, it's basically it is they are speaking in Spanish and they are asked to speak in Portuguese, so things are very similar, but there is some things that are frustrating. It's the same thing for me when I'm changing design tool, going from Figma to Sketch or from Figma to like Supernova or other things, and the layout is very similar, but the keyboard shortcut is different and the layout of the tools is different, so I have like a bit of an issue and a hard time to understand where things are. But the thing is, I know that if I force myself to pick it up, in about a week and a half I should be good to go. So yeah. Grassham, we don't have leave days, we have unlimited vacation, so I can take vacation whenever I can or whenever I want, and I haven't. I don't really take vacation specifically because the time where I would take vacation is defined for specific things that I want to do, and right now I can't because, well, I can't travel where I want to go. So yeah, and I've been applying to things, not periodically, but like as I said, along the 5 years, I've been applying to things here and there, and yeah. I don't know. At this point, I don't really know. So yeah, so that's where we are in the discussion. It is in a tailwind positive direction right now, which is pretty interesting, but it's still not fully tailwind based stuff. And I understand the fears, I understand the pushback. Wish there was none. I'm not really saying that I wish there was none, but I wish there was less at least. And maybe an attempt to understand some things or to explain reasons here and there that would make me happier, I think. Just to know, like if you tell me, if you're a dev and you tell me, well, that will change the entire code base and that will take a year with the dev that we have now, I would say, yeah, that's not a good idea. Like right now, at that instant where like losing an entire year of feature development, it's not worth it. So that makes sense. But if you tell me, I mean, if you basically tell me that you don't understand how things work yet, and then you come back to me and you say you won't use the thing, and then you come back to me the next day and you say you might use the thing, and then you come back to me the next day and you say you may look into that direction, it just means that like you haven't done some research. So yeah, have a good rest of your evening, or maybe see you back later. Have a good, I guess, dog walk at that time, or maybe it's dinner, I don't know. But yeah, it's a weird situation. There is just one. No, it's not true. I've worked with great designers where I left the company and I was like, yeah, they were good designers. I wish I could have stayed there a bit longer. But then that was the only thing, basically. I also worked with a very good iOS developer in one of my first agency. I mean, the second agency, basically. Very, very good iOS developer who was I mean, we had a lot of discussions, and the reason why it was interesting and interested in making good products, in my views, was because he wasn't French. I'm sorry. Yeah, he wasn't French. And so the way of creating things that worked was stronger for him. So, yeah. I have considered having my own company, and then I looked at how, I mean, I used to be a freelance, and then I stopped because it wasn't for me. Like it's having a company that you manage and own and do things is way more complicated than what I'm doing right now as just a designer in a company. I have most of the things, right, that I can do, but in the end, running the company itself, like finding new clients, making sure the marketing is good, all these things, right? These are not things that I need to do. The thing is, use Tailwind on your new components and on spare time migrate the old ones. Yes, that's the thing that we're thinking of having soon. So might happen. I don't know. It's just weird. I think it will be a weird transition anyways. And the thing that I think we talked about last time is they are very aimed on that website, which I'm not the biggest fan. But that's yeah. There is a misunderstanding I think in my designer views specifically for this. Like, this I'm an outsider designer, not developer, so I don't understand shit on that things, and it's marketing anyways. But 100 customizable components compared to more than 500 components plus like 10 or 20 layouts pre-made as a designer. This feels like a no-brainer. Like, you're like, do you want to have to build the 400 more that you will need, or do you want to have them built for you directly? I don't know, it feels so weird. It feels so weird. And specifically, as I said, right, specifically when you're looking at, I don't know, button is a bit of a I mean, very simple things, but what is the CTA? It's button A. So this one has no icon tail, and it's called button A. Right? So if you think about it, I'll just put that in the center. If you think about it, look at this, then you look at this. I have more padding on the sides, but that's it. So implementing these buttons directly, right, seems to me like it will take no time. And then if we go here and let's say looking for the other website, which I think is UI dot. Do I have like the button things? Oh, it's right there. Then look at this. Right, it's similar, but the radius is smaller and the font seems to be smaller as well. Maybe I'm not fair, but anyway, this seems like a lot of work on this specific library to just change things around and make sure that we have stuff that works or not work, or I don't know. Also, not saying that they use my logo, but they kind of use my logo right there. I don't know. It's just, it is a weird transition potential thing. And in terms of, there is also this, in terms of financial intake, right? Mantine is free, Tailwind isn't. I mean, it is, how much? 200 and something? 249, right? This is 249 for a one-person team, but then if you want to have the entirety of the dev team, which is 2-person, you need to pay that amount. Which, first of all, I don't understand how they can check how many people are using this. Yes, of course, Russell. But anyways, even if they could, $7.49 seems like a good idea. Seems like a good idea. It's a lifetime access. I don't know. Can you blur name? Depends. I mean, I can do that, and you can send me something on Discord or somewhere. You can take a look at it, and then not show it on stream. If that's what you want. Yeah. So you did. You did the course issued in September. I think that's good. I mean, that's a positive. That's always a positive, even though, I mean, I'm not the biggest fan of certificates, but they help. Do not hesitate to add it to your LinkedIn profile if you use LinkedIn. I have too much shit in here, but in the skills assessment, you may have the ability to get. I don't use it. I think LinkedIn is trash, but that's that's a me thing. So in the skills assessment quiz, you may have the ability to do things. Like I have 3 already, as in I know Agile, CSS, and HTML, and I have all of these things. I can retake Adobe XD because I've never used it, but they don't have shit on design. Like they have nothing on design, which I don't fucking understand why. Anyways, so in here, right, on LinkedIn, you can specifically do these skills which rank you higher in the search. So I think if you have the time, just do them. That's a good idea. But also in the thing that I have somewhere, I think I added certificate somewhere, but yeah, I have like 2 Google certificates here and there, and right, and use that. But LinkedIn is trash, has been. LinkedIn is just Facebook now, so people are going away, and people are going to Polywork, which is polywork.com. Yeah, that thing. I never know how I logged in with it, so might be this one. It is. Polywork is basically shit. Not basically shit. It is an alternative to LinkedIn, as in what they are trying to do. And you basically get this. So you get a page where you get information about a person, and specifically what isn't interesting is the top section. The goal of Polywork is to have an ongoing portfolio type of page where you have events and things that happen on your career. So you can just say, like, for example, here I created an NFT things right there, and then here I created like I had a stream where we explained how shadow works in Figma, but we used Blender to preview it basically. Then we did a thing with Figma redesign, all that shit, right? All of that is just a timeline thing of your achievements. And it's an interesting thing. I don't like it because it means that I need to create post, and it's annoying. But I don't know if you think I have received some job opportunities through Polywork already. But yeah, if it's a good fit for you, try it out. If it's not, don't try it out. Or, I mean, don't use it. It's a bit of an interesting thing. And then there is another website which I fucking forget always because I don't like these. Let me see. It's something that I liked on Twitter, and it's like a list of the transition-ish type of tools that is happening at the moment, which I don't really like because it's like Web3 based, but it's a good base. No, most of the if you found me on Twitch and you want to connect with me on LinkedIn, you can. That's not an issue. Just know that I'm not there often. So, I mean, if you say that now, I might go after stream and just accept the invite. But if you add me sometimes later and we haven't bring LinkedIn, then I might not accept you immediately. Like, for example, today I accepted like 7 people and just marked 15 messages as read without reading them. So yeah, I don't use LinkedIn, but you can add me if you want to. But yeah, there's this shit called Indoors, which on that tweet, right, they say Indoors is going to Polywork, to LinkedIn is going to Indoors, which I don't know if it's true in any way, shape or form. But that may be an interesting platform as well to keep an eye on. And as I said earlier, right, it is based on the Web3 hype, so I don't exactly know if I trust it yet. I think every website that just use Web3 currently as a marketing term, they use it as a marketing term, and that's it. So they are still centralized, they are still like a singular entity, and it doesn't really work as decentralized website. So I have a bit of an issue with these things. Still a good idea though, but I have a bit of an issue with these things. But yeah, I don't know where I was going with this. Anyways, yeah. Was there a question that I missed? I think there was a question that I missed or something that I've seen in like, yeah, that was the thing. Yeah, Kane and Rassam, you said, would I hire you if I have my own company? I don't know, maybe. If I can afford to hire people, maybe. Depending on the skills. If you've been here long enough and you've been following the advice that I give, and the thing that I built is like a design agency, then I know that your skills in design are good, so probably could. And expectable? What do you mean? Oh, you. Unexpected and difficult. Expectable. Oh. Yeah. Weird stuff. Stony, do you have new pages or did you just do back-end stuff again? Probably what you did. Yeah, mine is neither. I mean, it's okay. Yeah. What the fuck is that? I clicked on that earlier and I didn't know what that is. What do you mean by homepage? Because my ID for a homepage is your first library, like the first of the list, and you're done. And you don't need like specific thing. Yeah, that's the same shit that they sent me. I think I will send them the same value thing. I need to keep that on the side. So you arrive here and get greeted by this amazing amount of tiny rages here and there, like very, very subtle design. I like that. I don't know who told you to do this, but I like that. It's 14, it's 14, that's 16, it's good. I've added a font for the SVG. But you're telling me I should refresh without cache, basically, right? Well, doesn't work. That's fine though. What type of meds are you taking? So, hate it because of the new screen. Oh, you mean sleep meds? Yes. Have a good rest of your evening, night. Yes, we soon. Thanks a lot for being here, Ashley. Francesca. Appreciate you. I hate to do that because zooming in on the website breaks everything, but might be the way to have something that is similar to what we used to see before. Anyways, I see things. I have issues with some of the things that you have created, but I think that's fine. I think I can live with that. So think about it as basically Netflix. So it's not exactly the same thing, right? It's not the same behavior, but if you are on a preview, you have that, right? But you have a preview. So maybe that's better. I don't know. It's also not exactly the same behavior, and it's just to showcase where you are on the page. The real reason why I added or asked Sony to add this tiny transition on the elements is because that entire thing is supposed to be used on a TV or on a remote screen, something that is not exactly in front of you, and you may not be using the mouse to navigate. So if you navigate with like a controller, then having the selection highlight and move the element helps you to see where you are located on the page. So the real reason is for the remote use case rather than the pointer mouse things. But yeah. But I agree with you. I think it's better than Netflix because you have a bit of a transition, but I prefer this rather than having the trailer. Anyways, that works we still have the tiny sliver of things, adding stuff on the side. I think it's might be because it's on a global page layout. And then what I wanted to say is because I don't understand how you have the title overlay that is visible, but also I can see that you don't have the highlight and the shadows that we built in, so you probably modified that component already, so that makes sense. Anyways, I think that homepage is good. Like, either you organize things like this as you did, right? Action, adventure, different like categories as your homepage, or you could. Do you have the ability to recommend shows? Okay. So you can't really this is not Tailwind. This is Stony building this, and it's MUI and I don't know what behind it. Yeah, no, I know it's what you own, but it's so basically the reason why I was saying recommendation is, let's say I have been watching The Grey Man and Dragon Ball Z, the real 4D lately. These are the two things that I've been watching, and then you are recommending as the first on that list, right here, a thing, or maybe in the top section, like you have on Plex, for example, like a thing that says, well, you have been watching this and this, which is like action and anime. Why not try Jujutsu Kaisen if you haven't started it yet? Like, you just added the thing to your server and your libraries, and the thing is like, well, just past this, it is 98% accurate to the last 5 things that they watched. Why not just push it in front, because it's the latest upload, but also it matches with the vibe that they've been following for the past X amount of time. So if you could do that, that would be great. But also I do understand how it could be a bit complicated to do that. Yeah, basically that. I don't know how easy or hard it is. You have a random item shown on the shit. You have a random item shown at the top, but it's still good. Like, I think the overall idea of this, which is basically Netflix, right? Same behavior. I think would be good if you just place something similar, like we create Can I build something for you? I know I can't, but just be an annoying designer right here. I just want to I know. These are the okay. my main thing. Can I have margin top of 40? Yeah, I can. 40 is a bit fat. Let's do a 35. Right. So let's see. I find the file that we are working on right there. Yeah, I don't think it will matter anyways. It might, but I don't think it will really matter. Specifically because of the layout that I have in mind. So, what if, I think that I gave it too much space anyways, but what if we have this? So this is just a screenshot of your current thing. What if we had something like this, like a card at the top that would say something either something like this, or something like this. I forgot the ratio. What's your poster card ratio here? I forgot how much it is. Not that matters. That's a forehead again, like last time. A lot of forehead on that string. Like additive to mine. Is it 2x3? Okay. So I would just say that be here at the neat. Sorry, it's just almost good. I mean, no, let's just do that. Let's just do that. Okay, so this, and we have 64 in between the two. That could be maybe a bit more rounded. Anyways, so maybe as an option, you could have a thing like this, where this would be a recommendation, right? Where we say this is the similar layout than the thing that we have on the other pages. So something like this, potentially.
Clare_coffee raided my stream with 40 viewers.
Clare Coffee, hi, welcome on in. I don't know you. How are you? How did you find the stream? I kind of want to know. Welcome on in, Raiders. I hope you're good. I hope your stream was good. All that. That's an amazing raid. But that's Clara, which you probably know who that is if you come from the raid. But yeah, tell me about you if you can.
Clare_coffee is now following.
Clare, not Clara. Clare. Sorry. But yeah, I hope you're good. I hope the stream was good. If you need to go rest, go sleep, go stretch, go pet a dog, drink water, all that, don't feel obligated to stay. I appreciate the raid a lot. But for anyone who doesn't know me, which because I don't know you, you probably don't know me yet, I am AOA or AOA. I'm the helping designer. If you have any design question, feel free to ask. I'll do my best to help. And we are currently celebrating the new overlay. So on this channel, we do a new overlay every month. So this is the new theme, you are the first raid of the month. So welcome on in. You are the person that just showcased the raid scene. And so yeah, we do a lot of shit in terms of OBS and Figma design stuff. Lately I've been learning a bit of code, which has been painful for the people who know how to code, obviously. But yeah, the stream has been good. And so let me just do the regular thing. Because, right, DP Peter, welcome on in. Alcuna, welcome on in. BS Alton, The Real Magic Cookie, and Pepin, Pepin? I guess Pepin. Welcome on in. And Clary, thanks a lot for the raid again. I'm guessing Flowerson sent you here. Because I can see Flowerson in the thing. Flowerson, how are you? And if I pronounce your name badly, please tell me. That is true, and I agree. Not all programmers are grumpy backseaters. That is absolutely true. But what do you? Oh, Sassy, you mean for the coffee thing? It's fine. But yeah, currently we are working on a bit of redesign, helping Stony Eagle, if you know them, on their products, and I have a bit of an idea. I don't know if it's a good idea right now, so we need to test that out. But yeah, so basically in terms of OBS thing that we do, as you can probably see, some of the transition that we have are my...
Pepine Willikins is now following.
Thanks a lot for the follow. Pepine. Weirdly pronounced by John. Thank you, Stony. But yeah, we do a lot of transition thing, and this month's stream is based on circles. So we have a lot of circular things happening in here. The only thing that is not a circle is basically that raid thing. I haven't done the OBS update yet. No, I won't do it unless I know that StreamFX is available for it 100%, and that all of my plugins work, because I can't lose the transitions. You wanna get it? Stack? You wanna have all of these transition to you? Yeah. I get it. It's good. It is good. We have the best the best feature of these overlay in the overlay that we do on the monthly is this, which is a bit of a transition theme. Light theme, dark theme, if you want to have either night or day. Without our I would say it's a signature things now. Oh, so you are Dutch. Ah. I cannot, Stacks. I cannot publish it. You know why? It's too complicated. It's too complicated to be... Look, the documentation I needed to do for the first two, right? Everything that is in here, the documentation that is in here in the Gumroad files took me about a month and a half for something that is very, very simple. And now you are asking me to create a documentation that explain how things work. Not a good idea. Not happening. Not happening. Yes, Stream Deck for transition, because that's much better, but at some point we will bring back the voice control. We will bring back the voice control 100% for sure. It sounds like a plan. I agree. I should... You know what? I think what should happen is I should force myself to release the overlays that I have been using for the previous months. Right? That would make sense. So if you are on stream in August, then you know that on the 1st of September the entire stream changed and the previous overlay is available to purchase somewhere. That could be a plan. That could be a plan. No, I mean, like, it's just transition things could be really interesting. Could be a plan. Stacks. It's just a fucking lot of work. You have no idea. You have no idea. The thing that is also annoying is some of the, for example, like this only works if you have streamer bots, meaning that you can't use this on the Mac. You need to have streamer bot entirely functional, and so that means I need to send you the instance of streamer bot with everything. That also means that basically I would have to create a specific slate. So for anyone who just arrived, a slate is what I call a slate is a clean install of OBS with plugins, scenes, and transition already built in. And so basically an overlay type of thing that you can just buy, download, and it's just a folder. You place it wherever you want. You start OBS from there and you have everything that works directly. So that could work, but then, right, if I create them as slates, by the way, we are still in night mode, sorry. If I create them as slates, that means that I need to have specific separated instances of OBS each month. It could work. It's a good idea, Stacks. Maybe I'll think about it. I am thinking about it at that instant, but maybe I'll think about it more. Maybe I'll think about it more later. I don't know. Anyway. But yeah, thanks a lot again for the raid. Clary, what do you do on your stream if you're still here, by the way? If you went away, don't worry about it. But if someone from the raid is still here, what happened on the stream? What did they do usually? And yeah, I kind of want to know. No, at this point, I don't know. So we have, if I remember correctly, you use the 24 as a light and the 14 as a darker. You could You know what? What do you mean the server got disconnected? Stony, what happened? Give me access. I need content. I can't help if you can't. Give me the thing. Give me the thing. Do you have the same shit here? I see. You don't have the same thing. Fuck. Yeah, you, as you said, they are real libraries, so you removed me from everything. Give me at least TV shows. I need the logo. Please. Just need the logo. I need the logo that goes next to that, right? The thing that we did here. Oh, I crashed the server. Sure about that? That seems like a thing that I would do anyways, so I get it. Makes sense. Makes a lot of sense. So let's say you were watching this, right? Then we're recommending this. Maybe I'm doing the opposite. I think I'm doing the opposite. Would be much better because just I would recommend that anyways. Oh.
Unacceptable condition! Unacceptable!
Thank you. Once a week she does a game. Interesting. Larson, thank you. How are you, by the way? You didn't answer. I think you didn't answer. Maybe it was flooded. What's your day, Larson? Yeah, I'm sorry. Some of the sound alerts are a bit loud. Just a tad. Just a smudge. Thank you. Can I... Oh, do you have plan on implementing the search? Why is that broken? Why do I get disconnected when I click on the Sandman? Oh, so if I click on the Sandman, I crashed the thing. Okay. Can you send me the link of the logo that goes on top? Please? That's the only thing that I'm looking for. I was looking for just right-clicking it, but just if you have a quick access to it, just send me. Otherwise, I can look somewhere. That's exactly where I was about to go. Thank you. But not 10 out of 10? Well. I hope it's manageable, at least. So the server is confused because I'm trying to read something that I don't have access to? Is that what I'm not understanding? Song is so good. Sorry. It's there, but it isn't. Okay, I get it. I don't get it. So that was a screenshot, and that was the finished product that we added. And so what I'm having in as an idea right now is potentially to get thing that is similar to what you already have on production, right? So, can you be filling the container, please? Yes, thank you. So this is 16. I would move that to, I don't know, 18 can make sense, but also doesn't, but it kind of do. Kind of does. Let's see. Pick 40 on these ones, just in case. It really seems like I could, should, might, may be benefiting? Yes. Oh. People are mute. I get that. It's fine. It's good. Let's say you are here. Divide that by 2, so that's take your time. Have a good rest of your bedtime, Grasson. Thanks a lot for the question earlier. I appreciate it. And yeah, take care of yourself. Genie, hi. I do mean video only. You want just a video? Can do that. How are you, Genie? It's been a while. It's been a while since I've seen you in here. Yeah, that could work. That could potentially work. I hate what I'm about to do, but I have no choice. I mean, I have a lot of choices, but it's just I didn't want to take them. So let's say that this is our base. Here, there, that's good. Both sides bottom. You should be centered, and you should stay there. Right? Okay. Basically, you have 16 in between. I mean, 8 on the bottom, but right. So, what do you mean, my bad? What font size is that shit? Oh. Is it fixed? I knew I but it's too much. Good. Sometimes it needs to happen. Sometimes it needs to happen. So I would have something like this, Stony, if it's an option and if it's not too much too much work. Specifically, well, this needs to have no background here because that's too much. But I think similar to this, potentially, either if you wanted to have like the continue watching thing, right? Maybe. And continue where you left off is a bit too much, but continue watching. And this would be something else rather than what I have right now. But then the recommended for you would take what we have on the specific page, but we just take the synopsis, the name, the ratings, and maybe some of the things here can move in a one-liner type of thing. I think you already have that on desktop already. That's too much already. I think wouldn't you be able to just continue on the last thing that you've been watching? If it was a movie and you didn't finish it, then you go back to the movie where you last watched, and then if it's a TV show, then you go back to the last episode that you've watched. Holy, welcome back. Good. Oh, so you stole the entire collection, but yeah, I don't think I would care if the website was sending me to I mean, if it's showcasing the TV show entirety and then I click on it and I go back to the episodes, I think I'm fine. But yeah, I'm thinking something like this with something else. Right. Basically. The end of the series. The episode needs 5 minutes on the end of the series, and the series being ended. To be removed, it maybe needs 10 minutes. So if you only have 5 minutes of things left to watch, then it's removed. Asterisk, unless it's a Marvel type of thing, or post-credit scenes, right? But does that make sense? Would that be an option? I mean, do you think it could be an interesting iteration of the homepage on your end? Might be a bit tricky to get the responsiveness of that fucking thing, to be honest. Right now, I'm thinking if too small, then no continue watching. That way, yeah. And right now I'm thinking maybe it's not exactly a maybe at this point, but probably better to do it like this, because I mean, if I'm going into my server and I know that I want to watch something, I will probably want to continue where I left off, but if they push me something new, then I have a thing on the side. So that's a bit more manageable, I think. So yeah, but it's the last on the list. Like, in the logs, you have that shows that you started but you haven't finished, and that's the last one that was on the list, and so that's it. So maybe you watched like Doctor Strange as a starter, you did the first 30 minutes and then you stopped, and then you started Kimetsu no Yaiba and you watched like 5 episodes and then you stopped, and so that's the last one that you started and the last thing that you've seen, so it's popped right there. Like for me specifically, it would basically be this. That's the last thing that I've seen. And then I would have a recommendation of things that I could watch, which would be this. Yeah, the very last one. Don't do like a stacked thing of the last 15. Just the last one, the last episode, the last movie, the last thing that you have been watching. And then the thing that is kind of important-ish is if, let's say, you have if you have the last thing that you have seen or watched is a movie and you've watched it in its entirety, you can just remove this, continue watching, and just have the recommended section that is just popped here. Right? It's a bit wide, but right, that could be a thing as well. This is very wide. Maybe you have like a min width, max width thing with this. Do you have some types of breakpoints? That's fucking annoying though. Like I'm not... I don't want to have to travel to the other side to play, right? But I mean, I will have the play button here as well, but... yeah. What happens if I divide that by 2? Also, we are on a fucking wide screen. No, not by 4. So I think you need to have these three there, and then I mean I wouldn't, but that's that's me. I wouldn't really care about other stuff. Yeah. I think I'd recommend the same thing. Yeah, I just need to find a way to make that fucking Sandman logo responsive-ish. But basically this. And so you have a card that is very minimal, I would say. That just says that's the thing that we think as our server, we think that could be interesting for you. So we put that here. What do you think? You want to give it a try? So this is a very simple thing because basically you are taking back the same header component that you have on the other side, right? Right? You just have this. It's the exact same shit, but you just don't have that section at the bottom and some of the information that are here. And so padding that changes, but basically the same shit. I think I watched that. Yeah, I think that's the pretty good idea overall. And I would make it like 66% of the div. That way, it's always good. Yeah, that's it. That's it. So that's what I have in mind. Basically, is take one of the greatest TV shows ever made, right there, and like for me, here I would just get that removed, that removed, that removed, and then on that section, I don't even know if I want to have that section personally. And here, from what I've made in Figma, right? I would have that. Basically. Probably without the... I mean, you know what? Maybe as the server, I'm pushing you something that you have on your server because you watched it before, but you haven't finished. I mean, you have watched it, but I'm recommending it to you because you haven't watched it on the server. That makes sense. Anyway, let me go pee first. really do be liking this fucking scene. Nice scene. Also, I want to provide a direct path to the streaming service if I get chains for it. So the play button turns into play. Netflix. If you don't have the movie, but it's on Netflix and you have Netflix subscription. Ah, that's an interesting thing. Oh. So you want to integrate basically with the streaming services that are available, basically like Apple TV is doing. I mean, Apple TV is doing, not exactly doing, but Oli, good job on the desk. Have a good room reorganization time. It's 9, so don't make too much noise. Omar, hi. Welcome. How are you? It's going good. It's going good. It's going tired as expected of me, but yeah, it's going good. Dying flowers and welcome back. So, Stony, I think the Apple TV app is basically checking what's installed on your phone, but I think it's a great idea. I think it's a very good idea if you have the ability to just gather like no, Oli is not from Germany. No. You're 6'5", Dane. You're the reverse of me. I am 5'6". Sassy, hi. Welcome back. Welcome back. Um, 5'6" is like 167. 6'5" is like tall. Anyways, so let me think. So first of all, yes, you can reuse the same exact block if you have it as an option, or create a component with that exact thing built in. I think that's a good idea. But the 6'5" is 195. Damn it. Yep. You're tall. You are tall. The tired came back. Good. That is good. That's a good thing. Yeah, mine is too, because I have no space with all of my displays right now. Nevernet. What are you exactly looking for? Are you looking for like UI kits that are already devs, or are you looking for just animation stuff that you can recreate? Or inspiration, I mean. Because we've been, I mean, thank you, Stony. I would say this one might be like a good reference if you want animation heavy website with really interesting thing. 3D, not 3D, like these types of stuff. Is that what the types of things that you would like to see? So you can get inspired by this one. This one is an amazing one. We also have this one that we've seen on Tuesday, which is pretty great. Specifically that card animations. It's just like, look at that bitch. It's just, yeah. And then, I mean, more or less, right, everything that they have is just transition and thing and shit. It's great. It's great. And I haven't clicked on this one really, but that may be more 3D. Less of the 3D. Less of the 3D, they say. Less of the 3D. Who do we have? Less of the 3D. I mean, most of our newest websites are basically 3D stuff. Pushed. Up was nice. That is true. That is true. You can easily do that. I think the Moon Knight one was pretty interesting. This one looks interesting as well from far away. I'm looking for a specific one that we've seen about a week and a half ago, and as always, because designer, right? I'm remembering visual stuff. No name. Can I find the thing? I don't think I can. This is Muesli. So Muesli is the extension that I'm using. Moose.ly. I forgot. It is. So this is the extension that I'm using. I should have a command somewhere. And Muesli is just a tiny extension that just gives you, every time that you do a new tab on Chrome, you get inspiration website. So right now it's curated to what I wanted to see. So on the side right, I have my list of websites, but if I wanted to, I can add from that list of pretty much curated design inspiration thing. And so if you're more of a dev, you can go for Smashing Mag or the sidebar for CSS and all the things, code drops, if you want interesting things. So all of that is built in, and this tab right here, which is right underneath my camera so you can't see it, is called Our Picks. So that's the one that we are on right now. And can I zoom in here? Right, so this tab right here. And it gives us like a a lot of shit that they have picked. However, for all the other things underneath is you decide on what you want to see. So let me check. Yeah, this one is one that I wanted to recreate as well. I wanted to have this orb playing around as a background in stream, but too difficult for me to recreate. Is that something that would be interesting? Nevnet? Do you want the link for this one as well? Might be a bit too complicated. I mean, not too complicated, but like a bit weird. And then, so that was this one, and then there is this, but this is just for me. This one is very simple as well. I kind of liked it because of the color scheme, because I like this color, but I think because my screen is too wide now, it's just weird. I don't know if I like that. But this one is great though. This one is. So on scroll, you have this. Just amazing. If you go back, just go back. It's just, I love this one. Wow. It's so easy. And then for the interaction of the week. This one seems heavy. That's not the one that I was looking for though. What type of website are you? This one is really, yeah, I agree. Compared to the next one, I can agree with that. You want this one specifically? I mean, we have so many shit. Oh yeah, this one is weird as well, but it's mostly French, so. We liked it because of the 3D things. Like. Yeah, I've cropped the extension at the end every time, but it's fine. So yeah, that's. I hope that answered the question. That helps you to get some inspiration. You're welcome. I mean, this playlist is. I like it because it's big, like we have 500 and something songs, but it's in alternative rock. So sometimes we have weird things, sometimes we don't. In a regular theme, I would probably go with this one. It has way less non-vocal things, but it's way more calm, which we like. We like that. Can you send me the mini version? Yeah. I don't like Christmas songs. These are my pet peeves. I can't. Christmas songs just so. You said the mini version. Do you want this one or do you want this one? Tony, which one do you? I mean, they are both the same shit, but we just send you this, right? I send both then. But they are not the same card. Did I make a mistake? I did make a mistake. My bad. My bad. It could Flaus, yes it could. Yeah, that's true, but I didn't remember if we had other sensitive things in there. I wish I could build like a thing like this as well. But yeah, I think this is the best. So the retracted version, right? The retracted version is the one that you need to basically follow because it's a minimized option. This one is way too condensed on that side. But that could also be a thing, right? If you have enough space, then you can showcase the data. If you don't, then you have the shrinked version where you just have the play and the like. Technically, I like the idea of that thing. I'm not sure about these ones because this one is more for episodes, but I like the idea of adding it to my favorites and or saying that I've already watched it. So that's pretty interesting. You mean on this side? If it's limited and you don't have like a previously seen? Yeah, that's true. I mean, you don't have that much. The thing is, right here, you should be there. It's just that I don't have the bottom thing, so I can't really showcase it as, right? So you don't have as much purple background. I think it's good. Personally, I don't mind the background because I know that it's like, I know the reasoning behind it. No, don't do that. It's a bad idea. Always is a bad idea. Never has been a good idea. Right. Yeah, nah, they don't. It's much. Yeah. You know what? Marian, did you had a nap? A teeny tiny nap? So, right? If you are here, let's keep that as an example. You have the recommended at the top, which is showcasing things, and then you have the selection that is basically for you, or the things that are supposed to be for you. Underneath the things that are available, but at least they are showcasing one thing, and so they are taking the whole they're taking the whole page. So you could even go for something similar if you wanted to, if you had, right? When you look at how things work, they have their logo and their cover picture. So basically what I'm saying is, right here you could shit, no, that's not how. Sorry, my bad. My bad. Right? That, I mean, shit. I don't really have, specifically here, right? The readability is like bad anyways, so I don't know if we need it. To make sure that the logo is placed on an image that makes sense and doesn't have too much shit happening, but that could be a thing if you wanted to. Like you just have one thing at the top that is showcasing. That's something that I've seen also a lot in others' websites that are streaming websites. I know that yours is not exactly entirely a streaming website, but it's their main video things, right? So maybe, and that's where I was about to go to, the preview here are in a very different format. So they are in it's just purple. Hi. They are in a very wide format in preview rather than what you did here with posters.
It's just purples is now following.
Thanks a lot for the follow. I appreciate it. How are you? Who are you? How did you find the stream? Does it make sense for movies? It might make no sense for... more sense for TV shows to get like a wider things, but also on their movie things, you have that. If I just check, because I don't know if I can access that. Yeah, it's basically the same shit. So they have a big ass presentation of something. Also, we are on the website, not logged in, so that's a different stuff. But they use this new trend of having wider cards because they are meant to be seen on a device that is rectangular. So interesting. I appreciate it. So we are doing a lot of design and help here. So if you have any design question, feel free to ask. We also do OBS stuff, like OBS transitions and animations. All these. This one was a bit too fast. I went way too fast in the transition on this one. So yeah, appreciate you checking in the stream. So it could be a thing. Yeah, I don't know if I want to log in on this one. What else do we have? I don't have HBO Max, but they may have like a website. I know it's just not available here, as they say. But yeah, no, it's just. Yeah. It's easy. OBS stuff is easy. Stony for the. Also, I'm seeing the time. I will probably end stream in like the next 6 minutes. Yeah, no, that's true. That's true. But I mean, you can do that, right? Like you get the same image and you place the logo in a corner or something. That's an option that you can potentially do, right? That's not. So if you really wanted to, even though I hate this, but you could do that.
Unacceptable condition! Unacceptable!
You probably woke someone up. Yep. I like that a lot. I like that a lot, personally. That is almost easier to implement. However, text is already very big. The text is already very big. I am scared about. Sorry, not that. I am scared about the responsive section, because if you're on a smaller screen, I mean, everything would potentially just scale. So you would have a thing that does this. So we are kind of good. But you will have like a limit, something. So I'm not even designing a website. I'm just having IDs to help Stony on their creation website right here, to find something that makes sense for the homepage, because right now we just have the list of things and that's it. But I'm seeing the time, and we need to find someone to raid immediately. If we want to be able to end stream at 4:20 as expected. So I can either send you to Potbot, which is good, or I think that would be the case. I was about to say or Matt, but Matt's not on. What was the 4:20 mark again? So yeah, we'll send you to Potbot. That would be the easiest. You know what? No, I won't send you to Potbot today. I will not. I will not. I will send you to Medic. So that means, oh, fuck the timing. Sorry. Well, I need to click the button now. All right. So it's a bit of a short ass. Short notice raid, but yeah, we need to go. As always, this is the end of stream, so if you enjoy your stay, please click the follow button. We want that to go up. Yeah, if you are a sub, you have the sub raid message here. If you're not a sub, this is a non-sub raid message. Yeah, so Meadow is playing the Cult of the Lamb, and yeah, it will be right on time. So I hope you have a wonderful rest of your day. I will see you tomorrow at 4:30 p.m. UTC. Stony, I send you the screenshot in Discord, and I will see you soon. Bye.